Two, two, one, one, two, two, one, one, two, two, one, two, two.
Thobela, dumelang, sanbonani, goeiemôre, good morning. A ke batle gore le re, I'm taking all the glory. I'll just leave it to others to use the other languages that we are having as South Africans in this dynamic country. Ke a dumedisa everyone who is here. We, as Kagiso Trust, the event that we are here for today, I'm declaring it officially opened. And as we're about to start the opening, I would like us to take it to the owner. We take it to our Lord Almighty. We have requested that where's my paper? Sakile, a opening prayer. Oh, we are so blessed. We have Pastor Dima. We are requesting Pastor Dima to open the event for us with a prayer. Okay. Oh, you have a mic there. Okay.
Okay. Reka ponya mahlo. Dadamisha ihlogo rarape. Dear Father, this morning we want to thank you so much for your grace. The traveling mercies from all different parts we are coming from. We thank you, Lord, because you make this possible for the sake of our country, our nation, our children. Their future, Heavenly Father, are in your hands. You are using us so that we can help them, we can help each other, and finally have them succeeding. Modimo wa rena re a rapela, tla o be le rena. Mogau wa gago re apeshe. Lerato la gago le re kopantšhe dipelo. Re dire re babalela bokamoso jwa bona. Re leboga bagolo ba rena ka moka ba ba beng ngwana fa. Re leboga Kagiso, Modimo wa maatla otlhe, Kagiso Trust, mošomo o botse ba o dirang. Tla o re thuše dilo ka moka re nnepe gore tata maatla otlhe e be bothaga nageng ya gešo ka lebitso la Jesu Kriste. Amen.
Amen. Ra leboga ntate. Before we could start the discussion on the BNSDP forecast, the assessment report and the recommendations that came with that report, I would like to do some acknowledgements
operations manager in the office of the district director and the PA. Our social partners, SATU. And ke feletse ka gore magoši a le gona ke itelopola kgoro ke na bonyatši go lena. Then the principals of the schools that are invited here, good morning. We are meeting here today on a social return on investment as indicated by our CCSA. We will be given an assessment of what has transpired through the partnership. It's worth mentioning that Kagisho Trust and Sekhukhune East District's partnership started in 2018. While it started in 2018, the actual implementation of the plan was in 2019. One needs to indicate that shaping a district that is in this area, it doesn't take one night. When Kagisho Trust entered the Sekhukhune East district, it has found that the district was a difficult one. The district was in a disarray, wherein the organizational culture was not that good. People lacked accountability and responsibility. People were not readily knowing what is time on task. They were lacking agility. Through the partnership, through the activities that which the partnership brought in, we have seen the following activities that were implemented: mentorship programs, camps for learners, that is a learner direct support, capacity building for school management teams, retreats, ICT support, technical infrastructure refurbishment, technical skills training, okay, thank you. We have seen, I was still saying technical skills training, wherein we saw AutoCAD, technical maths and technical sciences teachers being trained. Career exhibitions, also technical skills competition. We were also assisted during the planning of the district, or what we call district strategic planning. So in doing so, all these activities that has been happening through our partnership, for our observations, in 2019, our result of Sekhukhune East were at 63%. That's where in 2020, COVID came in. We then dropped to 56.1. And that was the year that which we aimed at achieving a lot. But through the partnership, we were able to sustain that little gains we gained in 2019. We didn't go down like into other districts that went down, but we didn't perform as it was deemed to. In 2021, we then learned from the pandemic, we rose. We understood that it was the whole world's disease and people are still living and working. We rose and we increased the percentage to 58.6, which was a 2.1 increase. In 2022, we rose further to 64.5. We were just short of 0.5 to be a performing district. Then last year in 2023, we even jumped by 10.2 to 74.7. I want to indicate that through the partnership, all the members or the district team, they are now accountable. The principals are now accountable. The principals takes responsibility of their work. That's why we are able to celebrate that the partnership. One thing that I want to mention is that in 2022, we nearly lost the partnership because the province did not like it to be in Sekhukhune East. They anticipated that in 1 year, the results should go up, but the results were gradually going up. Hence, we were at the range where we were supposed to defend whether we still need the partnership or not as Sekhukhune East. And we said, as Sekhukhune East, we are able to see. If the province can't see, let them ask us because we are closer to the partnership. So today I'm standing proud to say the partnership through Kagisha Trust, we are where we are because of you. And we appreciate that. In brief, we have learned what is an actual district operational plan, which is operational. We are able also to know what we mean when we say you are accountable. If we are given 10 cows, are you able to still say I'm having 10 cows? So we appreciate that partnership a lot. Colleagues, I was just taking you through what has happened, but the purpose that I was brought in here was to say, to welcome you. This is Sekhukhune East Education District. Through the partnership, we were able to derive the name SEED, Sekhukhune East Education District. That's the acronym from Sekhukhune East Education District, SEED. We were also able to see, when I was reading the result, you can see that we were starting rising. We then said, our motto is Sekhukhune East Education District. Our motto is district on the rise. And we are rising. Our target this year, because we are rising, we targeted 90.6. With these words, I want all who are in here, when they are discussing, when they are looking forward, they should look towards 90.6. Thank you very much, Program Director. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ntate Dr. Malachi. I would also like to acknowledge the critical partner and a stakeholder that we have in the room. the University of Limpopo, Professor Professor Kula. Can you just stand up and wave to our stake partners? This is our important stakeholder, because remember, the institution of higher learning, they are shaping and forecasting how should the education landscape look like in order to address the challenges that we're currently having, and making sure that the learners who are having in schools, when they exit the system, and are able to either be comparable to international standards or even be able to participate meaningfully in the economy. I would like to acknowledge the delegates from Mushate Waha ke kopa kganyana. Kwete. So there is an A. That was the A that was confusing me. I would like to acknowledge the delegates from Moshate, Waha, Hwete. Ke bale ke kopa le re fela matsogo setšhaba se le bone gore le ko kae. Thank you so much. The DD gave us a view in the window to the current landscape of the district, but saying where we're coming from and where we are. But I think it is important for the participants to also understand and get the view and the window to say, who is Kagiso Trust? What business are you for? And as we're talking social return on investment, just a glimpse on, so that when we continue with the discussions and when the recommendations comes up, we are all able to connect that this is this organization and this is their purpose. Why did they do what they have done, or why are they doing what they do? I would like to call my Chief Operations Officer, Ntate Themba Mola.
Thank you, Program Director. Erikutome Kautamisha Maroshi, and take advantage of the protocol that the acting district director has laid for us. I noticed the list is getting longer and longer, and if I can dare try to make that acknowledgement, I might take too long. But also say thank you very much for this opportunity that we have been granted to participate in this conversation. I think I should outright declare that as Kagiso Trust, we have a vested interest, so that's why we are here. But I also thought that I should maybe start by reflecting a little bit why we have chosen to participate in this type of a program. As you would know, nationally, public schools estimated at 24,000 or so, and among them, quite a negligible percentage of schools that we would regard as former Model C schools, 10% or so. And the majority of the schools are in your quintile 1, 2, and 3. And a few are in your quintile 4 and 5. What that means is that a lot of schools in rural areas and townships are confronted with operational and functional challenges. Whether you talk infrastructure, as the acting DD was mentioning, the issue of capacity is limited. And as Kagiso Trust, we designed a model which is called Whole School Development Program, and implemented it in several provinces across the country. And ultimately came to a decision that this model seemed to be working and it should therefore be extended to everywhere where public schools are located. The minute you start saying you have a model, you should respond to a few issues. What makes you believe that that model works? What is the basis of that belief? And in the social sciences, people would say, if you have to speak of a model, you need to demonstrate its reliability and validity. So that when it is given public scrutiny, people can acknowledge with you without necessarily having a subjective view that the model works. So we have exposed ourselves really as Kagiso Trust because it means we are being scrutinized whether this solution that we brought to public schooling works. I just want to make a very simplistic illustration of what validity and reliability means. When my son, second born, finished grade 12, we applied to university and fortunately was accepted. We had to grapple with whether should he go and stay at the res or commute on a daily basis. We're not very far from the university. So we took a decision to buy him a smaller vehicle, a Mark 1 Golf. So we went to a local dealership around, I stay in Randburg, those who are familiar with Johannesburg. And we found a dealership around Randburg. In our view, it was a legitimate dealership. Went in and bought a Golf Mark 1, 55,000 rand. And we registered the car. And he started commuting to university. It was a reliable car because it could move from one point to the next. So put a tick on that one. 6 months down the line, police arrive at my house and they say, can we please check the vehicle parked outside because there is a twin car somewhere in Pretoria. And we say, but how so? We bought this from a legitimate dealership. And we contested and argued, and they said, no, here's the engine number. It's similar to another engine number somewhere in Pretoria. And obviously the car was taken and we had to deal with the dealership. Here's my point. The vehicle was reliable. It could move from one point to the other. But in terms of being validated, we couldn't validate it because there was a problem. So programs like ours has got to make sure that these two conditions are satisfied. We have reliability because when we implement it, we are sure of the results. We have validity because it cannot only be confined to Sekhukhune. Anywhere you take it, it should produce similar results as long as it's in a public schooling setup. So those are important considerations. And we seem to be ticking the box on a regular basis. Now, as a trust, obviously our interest is not only in education, but we wanted to imagine how can we intercept intergenerational poverty that is persisting in our country. And our first destination was to say, let's start with our children so that what we bequeath to them is not an intergenerational poverty, but we begin to bequeath to them competitiveness, prospect of participating in the economy, so that they are given an equal chance like many other children who are supposed to be receiving this quality education we are referring to. Now, in the business space, people would say, Kagiso Trust, are you sure that you are receiving a return on investment? Now, return on investment is a universal concept. You cannot subjectively apply it. You need to say, I'm deriving return on investment based on this particular formula. So we have remained in education because we can confirm that we are receiving return on investment from a financial perspective. But that's not enough. I could even say, if we were not receiving return on investment in the language of government, we would be saying it's wasteful expenditure. And we would have long walked out of this, of education, because we cannot sustain wasteful expenditure. So on a regular basis, the board is asking us, are we still getting return on investment in our involvement, considering the overwhelming challenges and problems that the country faces? Do you still want to remain in education, and why? So we have to justify on a regular basis. And like I said, the return on investment calculation is universal. So accountants, there is a chief financial officer at our office. He sits down and calculate using a formula used to calculate return on investment, and it can be demonstrated. Now, what we are trying to confirm today is social return on investment. Again, it's not a subjective concept. It is a universal measurement. It means when we say we are deriving social return on investment, we should be able to demonstrate how are we calculating it, and what is the extent that we are beginning to benefit that return. Now, we will talk more about what that entails, but I thought just to locate the science of what is meant by social return on investment, I should make you appreciate a few things, just to put things into context, so that you can really go along with us when we say this is a scientific process of how we measure social return on investment. Firstly, to create the context, we appreciated the societal challenges that we face as a country and our intention of alleviating poverty. So that's our point of entry, and identified education as a critical dispensation that we should pay our attention to. Secondly, we designed a program with its own complexities to address this challenge in public schooling that is persisting. And our ideal was to appreciate that it cannot be done in 1 year, as the acting DD made an observation. It has to do with behavioral change. It has to do with society and stakeholders. So it's important that we then, beyond just the concept of the program, localize our understanding of the context, which is the environment. Where are we implementing this program? Okay, it is in Sekhukhune. What is the geography and the history of the area? Who are the stakeholders, and how can we invite them to participate so that we take joint responsibility? Our process is an intervention which has a limited lifespan, but the transformation extends beyond ourselves. So how do we make sure that we have a systemic transformation, and the pipeline is not only dependent on our presence? At some point, we need to exit acting DD. It's just a matter of time. So our issue is to say, by the time we walk away, what is an institutional capacity we have established that can persist beyond ourselves and yourselves, because it's an institution which is functional, which is operational. And then we then said, what is the best practice? How do we measure success? If we understand the localization, we understand the program dynamics which we're implementing, which requires us to extend resources, how do we benchmark our implementation? How do we benchmark our implementation to the extent that we can then say, these are the milestones that we predefined at the point of entry. This is how we grappled in achieving them. And at this point, we think we've made a significant change. So that's where social return on investment come in. It is the extent that the stakeholders, in this instance, the community, are embracing this transformative process and are participating in ensuring that it happens and are holding the leadership and the participants accountable. And I think Acting DD explained this concept of accountability very well. Now, the details of what I've just explained will be explored further by my colleague. I was almost just laying the look of the land. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Temba. I'm picking up from your sharing and the Diti's sharing. I'm picking up very critical points that even in our lives, we use all the time to make sure, even in a family structure, that it is proper and in order. I'm picking up accountability. I'm picking up that it is important to have a plan, but not just a plan, you must implement that plan. I'm picking up that it is important to understand the landscape, where you are, what are the things that are affecting you or things that you can leverage on to make sure that you succeed. I am picking up institutionalization of best practices so that even if we are not there, because as Kagiso Trust, we want also to remove the dependency for people to depend on us for things to happen, that you can make it happen for yourself, but as long as you know you have a plan, you have a direction. Ntate Mola, you mentioned something very important, that we have to measure what we are putting in. And I just want to quote Peter Drucker. He once said that you can't measure what you can't manage what you don't measure. At the same time, what gets measured gets done, because you are likely, there's a high possibility of implementing what has been measured rather than just doing. It's like you're losing weight. You can't say you want to lose weight by saying I have a diet plan and you continue doing things as you've been doing and you don't even check yourself on the scale. You don't do the body fat count, but you always say, I want to lose weight. So you need to measure your progress and your journey. And for me, you were in a nutshell saying, measure it so that you can improve it. But if you don't measure it, you can't improve it. And with that, I would also like to acknowledge in our presence delegates from Moshate wa Kgariba. Just wave me. And it is so exciting and comforting that the schools definitely in Sekhukhune do belong in communities, and communities are taking responsibility and accountability of the schools. I would like to, before I call the next speaker, to request the driver of the car DLR 319L to just go and remove your car. It looks like it has blocked some entrances. So if that person, you can just quietly walk out and assist with that. Next, I would like to call the head of strategy, the PMO head of strategy, research and monitoring and evaluation in Kagiso Trust, the lady who keeps us in our toes, where we think we have done everything, and she'll ask, but how are you measuring this? What outcome must we expect here? Where is the impact here? She'll be coming in to share the forecast, because we did, before we started DD, the environment scanning or analysis that Demola was talking about, we wanted to understand where we are going, how is it looking like. So Muchachi, Queen Muchachi, she likes to be called late. Ms. Mujachi Siabi will then be sharing with us the assessment report that we received after we've commissioned the social return on investment so that we have a focus. And as we are implementing, we always go back there, that this is what were the findings. Are we improving, like I've said? If you can't measure it, there is no way you can manage it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Facilitator, and my partner. Thobela. Nna ke buile hae. Ke tsene sekolo, ra gopola kgale, parents used to be moved around ka di-transfer. I did my lower primary ko Skinot, but I'm from Amamabolo ka Heflop. So I'm going to give you a summary, a high-level summary of the research that we did in preparation of the intervention we brought in Kagiso Trust. And we did it just before COVID in 2019, and it's the report that you have in your hands. As Mr. Muller indicated, that we did the social return on investment to be able to see whether our intervention is going to have value add. So a social return on investment is a special tool that looks at whether your business makes business sense. What good is it producing? And therefore, it is important for us to know that we're not just doing a project because we want to dish out money, but because we want to see change. And also to see how that program is benefiting people around where we implement our project. And a social return on investment can be done in two ways. You can do it before the project starts, or you can do it after the project has ended. So they will call it a social return on investment forecast, which is what this report in front of you is about. It was a forecast projecting what could be the impact of this program in terms of social impact, not in money impact format, on top of the money impact that would have been gained through the investment. But you can also do a social return on investment evaluation, which is after the project is evaluated, you now need or want to confirm whether the investment we've made has realized the value of the change we wanted to see where we were implementing. So we did that study, but also, as I said, to get an in-depth analysis of the intervention we bring into Sekhukhune. But we also did that to forecast, as I explained, to forecast the value of the intervention, and also to see whether we are gaining anything. Are we just intervening for the sake of intervening, or do we get value as an investor in this intervention in terms of what we've put in? So the social value in explanation is that things that you gain, but it's not counted. For example, us bringing the roundtable here, it's a social cost that we may not put an amount, but we can put an amount if we do the proper calculation. It's like the clinic. If you put a clinic closer to community, the value of it is that the time you have reduced to people to walk a distance to a hospital, you can cost that time. So that's what social value is. So you sort of monetize, you put money amount of the time a person would take to take a taxi or drive and put petrol to go to a clinic. That's what the social value is about. It's in addition to the money that you would spend, what amount of money would equate that intervention or initiative. So the SROI, or the social return on investment, also happen in a context. You see in the study that you talk about it's within the context of the national agenda of addressing the triple challenges that South Africa has of unemployment, poverty, and inequality. So if you look at the study, the context, you'll see that the social return on investment assessment, it's not done out of scope. It's you have to do it because you have a context within which the intervention is happening. And also there's an environmental scan which will show that in the district where we are, it's within a country, it's within a province, and also the sector. So you zoom also into the sector. What is the education space that we intervene in at national, at provincial, as well as the district level, with us then zooming into a district in terms of where we operate or where we implement the intervention. The other thing that the social return on investment, which is also an important part, and that distinguish between research, a standard normal research, to the social return on investment, is the methodology. Because with social return on investment, you now have to, as I explained earlier, you cost a value of something or a social aspect of something. So you now have to calculate the time, put a money amount. If somebody was to go to a clinic instead of, to go to Jane Fairs, what money will they spend for that time? And then you put that in rents. So there is a methodology in the social return on investment. It's not just a normal research. And therefore, it also helps with saying, what are the outcomes and what are you going to measure in terms of the indicators? And to do that also, the methodology asks that you also consider factors that may not give you a true reflection of the impact you're forecasting of the intervention. And that talks to the discounting percentage. So we look at the dead weight, where the result would not have been achieved had the activity not happened. So you're able to minus between 0 to 75%. You check whether if Kagiso Trust didn't contribute to the improvement or enhancement of the district's education, how much of the percentage should you minus so that you give a true reflection of Kagiso Trust's value? You also look at the displacement. Would our intervention as Kagiso Trust have affected education or other intervention? For example, if we were to put laboratory science lab or computer labs, and you find that it's not a quality product, then the school, let's say in the first schools that you would have put that, it's not quality labs and so on, then the learners there and the teachers would not use the facility and go to another facility. You're displaying a value of something, or a value of an intervention that the quality lab that now the schools move to, where there's a community, it's now displacing because then it puts more weight on another intervention that it's not directly linked to an intervention. So I'll not go into details into those other factors that you need to consider so that you have a true reflection of the return on investment. And because the Bayers Naudé education program that we're implementing in Sekhukhune, Sekhukhune East, is not a Kagiso Trust intervention solely. It's the model that is Kagiso Trust because it's a solution we crafted to address the education performance or to help the district improve. But it's a joint initiative of Kagiso Trust and the department in the province. And therefore, the social return on investment calculation is based on the intervention in terms of the injection of the money that the department puts in the province, as well as the money that Kagiso Trust put. And therefore, the the ratio that you will see, or the money of the social impact that this study has forecasted, is based on the amount of money that was initially planned, that in the 5 years from, since 2017, that 2019, that we were going to be in Sekhukhune for 5 years, according to the study or the assessment, was about 400 million. So it's the 50-50 contribution of Kagiso Trust and the department. So the social return on investment assessment was based on that figure. And unfortunately, it happened the year that the project started, which was 2019, and hence the forecast. And therefore, with the calculation of the ratio, it tells us that for that 400 million, for each rand of that 400 million, we actually added a value of 6 rand. So for each 1 rand that from the 400 million is 600, which then give us 2 billion. So the value of the intervention is more than 400 million, it's 2 billion. So you can see how the value of the intervention, and you'll see it in the key aspect of the social return investment on which areas, and I'm sure you may have scanned through the report, where more value has been created. So the key stakeholders or areas that the social return on investment gave us high numbers was on learners. We know that our education model, the district-wide education model, it's highly centered on working with the teachers, so that when the teacher and the teacher space is improved, we know ultimately we have learner performance. And when you look at the social return on investment assessment, it tells us the highest impact or value of the intervention is with the learner outcomes, with the learners, which is 40%, 46%. And the next is community, which Mr. Muller has already said, the acting deputy director has already said, and also the constituency in this meeting attest to that the community benefits from this intervention. So 30% of the return on investment goes back to the community. And we also have the teachers. There's more value to the intervention for the teaching community of practice with or from this intervention, and the department also. And you know that the reason why as a developmental agency we're contributing is to augment the challenges that the state or government may have by not being able to quickly reach out to give adequate resources or enhance the teaching space. And therefore there's value that the province has also gained in terms of the intervention. And I'm just gonna go into details with each stakeholder, starting with the learner. The total impact value there is 383 million. If you monetize or put money into the social aspects of the intervention, you would find that 46% I talked about of the overall of the project equals to 383 million that the intervention add to the initial 400 million that would have been invested within the period of 5 years. After 5 years, this will equate to the money that you could cost on that value. And there are outcomes that says this, the reason why you have that high value is that you will see, for example, decrease in risk of social ills. If you go into details in the study, it tells you about at the time, the teenage pregnancy in the district and against the provincial, the issues of absenteeism and so on. So this forecast is saying for us to improve learner performance, these are some of the key indicators and outcomes we need to address, and therefore it gives us that monetary value of 383 million in terms of the impact of the intervention. It also, you look at it, to give, says 81% is the acquisition of the knowledge, the right knowledge. Because when learner performs better, it means they've learned, they've acquired the right knowledge. So the intervention says, in as far as the learner as a stakeholder to this intervention, the highest thing that of social value that you may not measure by maybe it's in addition to exams, but you measure to say, did these learners learn? The comprehension, you basically put money to the ability to comprehend a subject. And it says 85% of this intervention contribute to how learners learn, and they're able to then, and ultimately towards the end, be able to be absorbed in the economic mainstream, whether as laborers or as self-employed people. The other outcome is on the teachers. It indicates that the intervention contributes to increased level of purpose and commitment. We know that some of us, when we grew up, going to school was like the best thing ever, because it was like going to see your other mother and other father. And that's what the value of this intervention also bring, resuscitating or adding more value to how the teachers value their purpose, and also build on that and confirms, Also, would the intervention, if we're to look at safety, add value to the teacher space? We know that in recent years, the challenges that teachers have with issues of drugs and kids bringing dangerous weapons to school. So if an intervention like this is comprehensive and also built in the issues of safety, then there's a social value to it in terms of that you can put money to that aspect. And that value there, it's equals to 100 million over the period of 5 years of the intervention. And the value to the principal, is 2 million. It may look small, but if you go into the details of the learner indicators and outcome value of that 383 million, you realize that that learner performance, it's on the backdrop of the principal's role. So you go into that stakeholder and read the indicators, you'll see that it's not only the learner who has made the 46%. It's because of the governance that is there at school, the environment that is created at the school. You may see the value as small, but it's implied in the other values of the other stakeholders. And the department value, the department gains 85 million, 85 million from this intervention. If you were to put it in monetary terms, it means for that 400 million that the joint project has put in, or from the 2 billion that is an additional value in monetary terms, the department would have gained 85 million that they would not have put anyway, But because the intervention came in, it's like they doubled or tripled whatever contribution. And lastly, the community. As I indicated earlier, the community is the second beneficiary, highest beneficiary on this forecasted intervention, with the value of 254 million. And if you look into the indicators and the outcomes of this intervention, it shows that ultimately, if the school space, the district education district space, the role of the second office and so on is improved or is supported, there's a benefit of the community at 30%. And hence you have the value of 250 million in the social value of this intervention, which we didn't have to put, but it's generated by the intervention itself. And lastly, the social return on assessment, the social return on investment also made recommendation that as it forecast the benefit and the impact of this initiative or the Bears Nodia district school development program, we need to put monitoring and evaluation process in place so that we don't drop the ball and therefore the forecast fail. And actually it reminds me of what Dr. Malachi said, that the performance of Sekhukhune East has gone to 10%. And fortunately, or I think fortunately, so the focus was right. If you look at one of the tables there, it says for bachelors, but may not have zoomed in, but it shows you for bachelors in Sekhukhune East between 2019 and now, or 5 years, should have been a 10% increase in terms of pass rate with the contribution of this intervention, minus other factors that may have affected or positively and negatively the intervention. It also talked to issues of data access and quality. So it means the social return on investment is saying for the intervention to succeed, you need to be able to accurately collect data so that you frequently measure that the intervention is implemented accordingly, and where there are challenges, they are addressed immediately. But also maintain community involvement with the, to date, it has been the case, the partnership, which has been the center of the intervention that we have brought to Sekhukhune East. The issue of health and sanitation is one of those matters that we needed to consider as we implement. And you recall during COVID, Caesar, when COVID happened, we also contributed, with masks and I think water, if I'm not mistaken, or the ways, so there were those things that the forecast was suggesting that we also build in so that the interruptions doesn't affect the impact of the program over the duration of 5 years. The issues of school safety, socioeconomic challenges that the school and the surrounding environment would consider. I know that the chair of KT would say issues of water in the community may affect even the learning, and so on and so on. So the forecast was saying, consider these things as you implement the intervention and the curriculum. And we've done that very well as a program to support the teaching and learning improvement or enhancement. What is there we have added to it so that we ensure that ultimately at the end, there is an impact of this intervention and the quality of education is improved. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, partner. I believe everyone has the report in front of you, so you can make it your reading either before going to sleep, and you will find yourself enjoying it. Most of the things that she talked about is just the summary of what is in the report. So going through the report at your own leisure time will also assist. What we will be doing now, we will just take a tea break, leg stretch for 15 minutes. So we take it now, it's almost 11 and it's 3 minutes to 11. We will come back at 12 minutes past 11. So I'm counting my 15 minutes. But as we close this first part session going now, to hear, as Kagiso Trust, we have articulated what is it that we have done, where are we with this, and what are the recommendations, but we'll be continuing with the program. I just want to quote Brett Henry. he said in this quote, "No other investment yields as great a return as the investment in education. An educated workforce is the foundation of every community and the future of every economy." Let's take tea. Team Katie, can you ask people to come back? Welcome back. I will be eating on your lunch now that you have eaten on my time. So you owe me 5 minutes. If it was before, when Temba was still running school retreats, when we say it's tea time and the teachers comes back late, he will be having something in front like a bowl, and you will put your 20 rands there. And the principal of the school will take that money and make sure that they start a fruitful project with the money that is there. So, but today, ka gore go na le batho ba bagolo, go na le bomrena, ke tla re I'm sure bona ba le tshwarela. Ke kopa bianong ke tlo kopa the head of department at the University of Limpopo, Professor Kula, Uko Department of Maths, Science and Tech Education, what Mujaji presented in terms of the forecast and assessment. I said earlier on, if you can't measure it, you won't manage it. So would like Prof then to give us feedback as KT, either critiquing, but we will take all those things because we believe that it is for further improvement. Unless you measure it, you can't improve it. Prof, over to you.
Ke a leboga. Let me start by acknowledging Baba Wolva and Navas Bamushate Kamuka, Spedisa Shusero Balako Troy, Akitloa Roman. It is back again and greet you all here. And thank Cariso for being so brave, calling me to come and critique them. What if I mess up? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter the language used in a certain advert. Yeah. Let me start by acknowledging Lena, I benefited from Kagiso Trust. That was 1993, at the risk of exposing my age. 1993, when I was doing first year, I was sponsored by Kagiso Trust. So I'm standing here confirming the returns. Yeah, so there's something good you're doing. Some investments, when you do invest, you don't get the returns today. It's quite, it takes a long time. And I'm standing here being so proud that today, two of my former students are now principals. Here they are, and I'm sitting next to them. So, okay, can you see the impact of Kagiso Trust? Yeah, and I don't know how many teachers I've trained, from as far as Walters University. For some 10 years, I was once there, and I taught a lot. Some, even if I meet them on the street, I can't tell who they are, but they know me. University of Limpopo, I think it was last year when they gave me a check for having served them for 15 years. So, yeah. Something good about Kagiso Trust is the mandate, their vision. Emphasis being on the institutional capacity building. And I could see when I went through the report that you are promoting social justice, which is fundamental for this society. Because we have the past as the nation. Those that used to benefit. And the challenge is that past is still haunting us today. Oh, camera. I can even know I'm a teacher, so when I teach, I focus on the students, not the cameraman. So this is foreign to me. Yeah. The ghosts of the past are still haunting us today. We are sitting here tomorrow. Members are supposed to go in parliament. Some are refusing. Some are saying we can't meet with the enemy. So after 30 years, so it means we still have got to integrate. In Polokwane, I don't know some other towns, but I suspect the practice is there. When blacks were allowed to go to white schools, the whites took out their children. Something that Kagiso Trust still has got to do. It's quite a challenge. We are two nations in one. Now, somebody once said, if you think education is expensive, try ignorance. Why am I saying this? There was this lady cleaning in the hospital. She had a Nokia phone. And time and again, she could charge it in one of the wards. And there could be patients. Maramogo yena ke nthola re phone ya ka e felle battery. Ke nyaka go e charge. And this lady will unplug motšhini ola o bala the readings to the patient. Let me just say the person maybe was on the life supporting machine. This lady didn't know. She wanted to charge her phone, and she could do that on a regular basis. Now they noted that the patients from that ward, they die at an alarming rate. Can you see the impact now? If we don't invest into this thing, in the end, we pay the price. It could happen to anyone. It could be in a private hospital. The reason here could be that this poor lady, there's no value in what she's doing. She doesn't know why she's there. Now, for a moment, allow me to go to Japan. Something that we can learn from. I was one of those that were shocked in the World Cup, in the previous World Cup somewhere in Russia, where after the game, the Japanese spectators will clean the stadium. It was shocking. They brought along the swart sack but Jabona the blue. After game, but clean. Where have you ever seen that? And imagine, this is in Russia, they are Japanese, they are guests. Now, when you check in the change room of the players again, Lebona, they have cleaned. Baba share notice mo la ka language ya Russia gore thank you for the hospitality. Ke bolela ka culture here that has been created, that has been established. Where are we in South Africa? What is our identity? And I see here, we talk about the theory of change. What is it that you want to change? What is it that it serves as the expectations? The question is, are we saying the change that we're talking about, yeah, the grade 12 results? The impact, the grade 12 results. If that is the focus, think again. I'm saying this because there is a lot of money that is being pumped into the system. A lot. Today we talk about 400 million. I can't. There are learners that we can see that this one will never go to the university, but yet you will still invest in that learning. Now, there will be those that will say, I want to become a soldier, I want to become a policeman, I want to become a technician. So it tells you, there's no way you can go to university and get all those. Unless if I'm speaking in a foreign country. The last time I checked, there are no qualifications in the university that caters for the police. They have got their own training. Now, why can't we sort of burn the system? They know, they teach them as science. Instead of having in a school, they are 20 and you show them, back in university material. Imagine the kind of attention you give to them. And they'll succeed. They'll go to the university. But the culture has been created, or the narrative that I evacuate at grade 12. And then what? Then we have the story of the 33%. We are sitting here, the ruling party has got that percentage in Gauteng. But that doesn't give them the latitude to govern Gauteng. It's a fact. We are sitting today with 33% in Gauteng. They can't even decide who's going to be the premier. So it means 33%. I see all. The theory of change that you're talking about, what is it that you want to change? And I'm saying it begins with identity. And the sad part is, every year I take part in checking, in activating potential students in my university, in my department. You look at the performance for life skills, 7, 6.
When I go on Zoom, what is here?
What impression are we giving?
Do the two together or something.
Now, if we were to dig as to what is it that they know having those rates, we'll think twice. Now, that's one aspect where we need to invest in cultural trust. Identity. Why am I at school? It begins with the teacher. Why am I here? What's my role here? And the minute we prioritize money, that's when we have lost it. We need to go there to save. Now, how do we bring in that culture of saving? That's the teachers. I'm glad that the formulation mentioned that there's been a change. There is accountability.
It's not going to happen anymore.
Now, the sad part is, I'll give an example. You have a drop in terms of accounting as a subject. What are we saying? Are we saying we have enough chartered accountants in South Africa? Go and check the reports. The last time I checked, there is a high shortage, but yet we are keeping some subjects in the schools. The reason being that I don't want to be accountable, because if I get less than 65% that Dr. Mallet mentioned, then I've got to account. So we are surviving. And we pay the tax, the learner. And if you're not careful, these are the learners that will switch off the machines in the wards. And we know the repercussions. If you switch off the life support machine, how are you? They are low. How are you? So there could be many examples. Yeah, a danger of not having value. So as a society, we need to begin to invest into that. I know as council that looking at leadership, the teacher, the infrastructure, the learner, and all those. But there's something fundamental that we are missing. And we could use lab orientation as a platform wherein we begin to talk. The last time I checked, some reports said in South Africa, we have the highest rate of consuming alcohol. The last time I checked, there was a report saying in South Africa, hey, sex, we are leading. Because it's there in terms of the HIV infections. So we need to do stop tracking. As much as we are teaching, we are teachers in this classroom. What are we imparting besides the subject? And you look at the curriculum. I'm one person who is not that critique in terms of the curriculum. However, if you check my studies, I'm beginning to contribute, or I'm contributing towards supporting teachers to promote or support learners to develop critical thinking skills. I love that passion. That's where I am. Even today, there is a study that I'm doing. It may take me a while, but I'm getting deeper into the subject. The reason being that when you look at the curriculum, the primary aim of our curriculum keeps. And you can even go to the revised, even the OBE. the primary has always been about supporting learners to identify the problem, to solve problems, to develop creative and critical thinking skills. But how, to what extent do we support them? Many teachers, they just focus on the content and pay less on those. The very same curriculum, it has got principles. There are principles in there. Now, the question is, as teachers, how often do we visit those principles and try to bring them in the classroom? Active learning, indigenous knowledge, social justice. Rewona bana abetama teacher. There's no respect. And we punish the teacher. And I'm on the wrong because I hate the department that should promote correction. I'm not the head of department in maths and technology. I used to teach them some, yes, but now I've been moved to another section. Now, we can just focus on the subject maths, physical science, and ignore the principles that are lying in the curriculum. They are there. To what extent we promote them? I once had an engagement with one of my colleagues who was teaching maths who said, maths can be fun. But I said, no, there's no subject that is there that works in isolation. All the stuff that are there, they empower us so that we can make contributions into society. All of them. All of them. So I'm just saying these are the areas that we need to focus on. They are there in the curriculum. Now, if you have time and you go and check the benefits of critical thinking, they do have ripple effect. Because if we promote those in the classroom, they will be able to apply that in the society, in that area of work. We have a case today of this fellow who is suing Vodacom. We all know about it. And it's a long dragging case because there's a lot of money involved. The guy was creative. He came with an idea. How many of those are we having? How many of those are the schools producing? I taught technology. And I'm still having a passion towards that. And I'm still researching, contributing towards that subject. And I get so disturbed when the national television, during the news, they will profile somebody who has taken some scrap metals and build a car. That's technology. Or just say that's technology. It's not. I'm saying crap. You just assemble parts and then you say here's the car. You just assemble parts and then you say here's the car. We can do that. We can do that. There are challenges that we have. There are challenges that we have. And these challenges, in the society, and these challenges, if we don't invest in the classroom, we'll always have those problems. Today we're talking about the artificial intelligence. Today we're talking about the artificial intelligence. To what extent do we have that in the classroom? So all I'm saying is I'm punching holes in the areas that we need to focus on. But it's a lot. It's a lot. Now it begins with us collectively supporting our learners to develop the sense of patriotism or the agency. They must love their country. They must value their country. They must see themselves adding value, making meaningful contribution in the society. These are the things that we need to teach in the classroom. These are the things that we need to teach in the classroom so that it becomes part of our life, like what the Japanese do. In Japan, there's no overspeeding because they tell you the country is so small, any direction you go, you'll get there. But why am I talking about Japan here? The kids, or what is being emphasized in Japan, they've got this motto: do not inconvenience the next person. Do not inconvenience. That's why they're cleaning the stadium, because they don't want to inconvenience the next spectators. In our bathroom, we leave messages like, leave it as you found it. It means we are saying, do not inconvenience the next person. Motho mongwe a ikhwetse ile gabotse, jwale ka le wena ikhwetse ile gabotse. Now, there are times where these kids in their schools, they will clean the yard. And I'm told in Japan, they don't have these big dustbins. Because whatever you have, would like dump go high. You don't open the window and throw. They value everything there. And I learned that when kids cross the street, all the cars will be stopped. As they pass, at the end, they will bow. At the end, they will bow. Thank you. So these are the identity. Let us begin to focus on the identity. Now, there are studies that talk about teachers not being developed and stuff, but at the same time, I'm saying the teachers themselves, they should be able to develop themselves. They should not wait for somebody to come to their way. They should be ready. There is a saying or the narrative that says, when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. I think we need to get that right. When the student is ready, the teacher will appear. Many again in our classrooms, we should be having learners that are ahead of the teachers, so that teachers are able to facilitate. And the danger there is that you have somebody applying for PhD in the university. When he arrives, the university tells you, I don't have a topic, but it's PhD. Now you begin to discuss what topic. Can you see the problem? And I'm saying the nature of research cannot be isolated from what we're doing. If you get a master's, what I'm studying should empower me. And it should be in relation to my subject, so that I'm an expert. I'm the master. Maths, ka focus on child pregnancy. What are the gaps in maths? The community of practice. They are group and we share experiences. That's called that's being patriotic. Collectively, it's not about money. It's about adding value. I used to tell them, but then they didn't make a meaning, that someday you're going to teach my children, and I must add value now, so that we can add value on my children. Today, one of those that I taught them, Mukweni, uruta ngwana grade 12 physics, and I'm saying, and I don't doubt it. And every day I'm getting message from Mr. Mukweni, because of what I did. If all of us, we add value in what we're doing, in the end, collectively, we get the results. Again, there's another challenge, Kaliso Trust. These are the things that I picked in your report, and you're confirming the studies that are out there. Grade 1 or so, there could be about 1.2 million of the learners registered there. Marahariago grade 12, we only have 40%. Around 60%, we lost it. Why are we having such a drop? Where are they? is about improving the results, the grade 12, just on improving the grade 12 results. The question is, how many can the universities absorb? In your report, you mentioned 4%. Only 4% can be absorbed. The rest by other. And what we need to focus on, why are we so scared as South Africans to migrate to another countries? Now, it may be relevant, but it may make sense. If UCT is number one university in Africa, surely when our UCT must get employment anywhere in Africa. UCT were unemployed. I'm just giving an example. So we can produce the best, but we don't give them chance to prove themselves. This is Africa. We all belong here. And some are even saying open the borders, and we are worried. Maybe I should repeat that. Some are saying open the borders, but we are worried because if we open the borders, given the unemployment, over guy. Get a dream. So, some white folks are free to stay anyway. Get a dream. We will develop and come back and invest back into our country. The other thing that I need to make contribution on Kiki Foundation phase. 78% in the report mentioning that those kids cannot read meaningfully. Now, we all know that a poor foundation, if you are building a house, then you have a poor foundation, is going to collapse. Maybe that's why we need to invest, foundation phase. If they cannot read meaningfully, they'll proceed to all the other grades and even come to university, not being able to read meaningfully. That on its own is going to be difficult for these learners to talk about the cognitive skills, because like you read and reflect. When you reflect, that's cognitive. Okay? Now, when you take a decision, when you act, is based on the reflection. So the danger here is if our kids are unable to display the critical thinking skills, it began with them being unable to read. Are we back to foundation? Let's go invest in the foundation phase. In Sweden, I'm told only the best performers in grade 12 are allowed to become teachers and doctors and engineers. As the country, those that are excelling, they're making sure that they are allocated where they will make a meaningful contribution. Now that I'm struggling, let me check if University of Limpopo can consider me. We need to make sure that we invest having the best that are in these programs. However, I'm glad that you made an impact in Free State, and today we can tell the good things that you do in Free State. Yeah, I'm one of those who was taken by surprise that, wow, Free State, now it is there. So you need not worry, but the context is different. You may have to go an extra mile here, given the context, but don't worry. Some, I talked about them. In the end, the challenges that are identified, your social challenges and the best practice, yeah. If you could be able to execute those, there will be movement. However, there's somewhere where you talk about the limitations when you're collecting the data. The danger here is if you're not having sufficient data, it's going to affect your narratives. So don't rush to leave the site. Don't rush to leave the site. Make sure that you get the correct data. In that way, you are able to take decisions. You are able to make interventions. Ka moka re a tseba gore a well-informed person is able to take a decision because you have got information in your disposal. There are no gaps. Ke nahana hore ke jele. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. I won't spoil it. I'll come later. At this time, I would request Mr. MP Morena from Le Tlhabile Secondary School. He is one of our principal beneficiaries for the leadership program, and that program looks into effective teaching and learning as well as curriculum coverage. And it's one of the points that we have talked about, Prof, in terms of ensuring that the curriculum delivers what it is supposed to deliver. We teach the child to learn, but he's coming to share on the leadership perspective part as the people that we support for leadership development. Ntate, re a leboga.
Ke nyaka go tšea sebaka se ke leboge the program director for having accorded me this opportunity to address, shall I call it, the congregation. Before that, I can already madumeshi ya ka moka ga lena ke seke ka lebala ka maina, otherwise I will be long. My name is Morena MP from Le Tlhabile Secondary School. As they've said, I am the principal there. Ke nagana ke re batho ba ka moka ba boletše mo today. Batho ba ile gore ba dira mmereko o fase ke rena, di-results tšele di nyaka go le nyaka mo go rena. O ka no ba le ditšhelete tša fofa kwa godimo, ba le tšela ra bola dikgowa, but at the end of the day go santse gore go be le an impact in the classroom. Ke be ke dumile gore the district director ke nka ba le mo ba tlo mo tšeela molaetšo ke kgopela gore ba o lebelele. Go na le these schools we call them small schools in terms of number. But the directive gore those schools must have one stream, of course, for human resource constraints in terms of educators, human resource provisioning. Because in some cases you find already the school say it's one school, now one stream, and they take out mathematics, fiscal science, and accounting. See, tourism, you name them only. The school at the end of the day, who just 80%, 90%. Behind those percentages and numbers, there are people. We put na school in that particular community. Si jira jana ji ufela na bana ba kae na community guy at the end of the day. This is director ke se ba rong kwela a lebeletla mo khopela gore le checkeng gore the schools are benefiting the communities indeed. Paskara no lebella fela taba ya gore we want to have 100% pass. Ke se ba gore prof wa ile ka go hlaba hlaba yona mo leadership and performance. is our science history. Wow. You want to do this? Yung magi global chelete mo ngato mo sa hopelela. Ko so let's go mali banaba 1,004 with 17 classrooms. Nal mobile jetaro. Banaba they're congested in one classroom. And about 80 something, 90 in one classroom. You are like Hobejibo Sakila, ba Kauso Trust Story. Please intervene. And I'm not going to misuse those resources. I promise that if you give me at least two blocks, 8 classrooms, I don't need fancy things, just classrooms. It's about they're noting that I think big guys from Council Trust are here. I'm asking, I'm making that application. Thank you very much. In something here. That's Mr. Sakila asked me to come and share to share this thing with you. Last year, it happened that I assisted one school. That's why I want to come here and share that thing with you. The school in its history never performed. In its history. Then the principal approached me to say, Mured, come and assist me. Then I went to the school. What I wanted there, I didn't want to go there with my teachers to go and teach in the school. I wanted to make sure that there is sustainability even after me leaving the school must be functional after that. And I did that exactly. What I did in the school, we had only 4 sessions in the school. The first session we went there, Racheka, basic functionality at the school. Racheka, leadership, management and communication, and the quality of learning and teaching. That's what we did. And first session, Yaren. It was very simple. Because say, why did it take such a long time being dysfunctional? With only 4 sessions with them, the school became functional. Only 4 sessions. It'll take us through ordinary relaying. And I think the district of even Council Trust, we must not generalize. If a school is dysfunctional, we must go closer to it, diagnose the problems there. Now, what are the problems in that particular school? Then resolve those problems. It's very easy. Some of the problems are start training. And reader checker, more basic functionality checker attendance of teachers and learners. And we found already teachers are coming to school, learners as well are coming to school. Then what? We analyze the results. We identify the killer subjects in that particular school. Then we as well looked at the targets. Director Maloba will go meeting are 90%. Mara at the end of the day, what it targets are subject 50 when 80 90. It's not, we're not going to get what you want. The targets are not really below the school target. Well, it does not make sense. Okay. Okay. And to be like a school, we know why you are just training. Now, I'm no longer going to be a school is functional. I'm busy. The first session really just to familiarize ourselves with the practices at the school. And the second session, really this thing our we want to diagnose now what is the problem. We must know what our school is dysfunctional. It means that what is happening in the classrooms, then what we did, we checked or now actually what are they doing in the classrooms. We requested classwork books and homework books. Then what we found in the classwork books, they were not going to check a curriculum coverage. You can't check curriculum coverage. You just take classwork books. Kajia barutishi kwa skolo nkamuka kabona, ra go skolo. Ra split that into subjects. Ra fit classwork books. Ra check out classwork books. Then even the ATP. Sir discovered le about honore. One. The content was not adequately covered. And kukushara kisesi jira bana kweka mukagayon. Yabubedi. Or learners were not properly assessed in this sense. In one subject, it was around second term. One subject we find banal 120 classworks, of which can go in Shukudu. Then we wanted to check or not what is it contained? What does this 120 entails? But our a topic I feature for the question paper. But the question paper, Lord, the contents are not relevant to the topic that they taught. For the sake of monitors yitla. But enough written work. Yes, so, this thing, it talks to the leadership of the school. It talks to the management of the school. What are the principal? I don't know what's at zero now. The head of this world about school. So hence we had those things. Then and teachers who do teacher Bano this classworks by be a mobile units 1, 2, 3, 4. Teacher walemaro. We go for 200 units. Gomugala dia la dia mazoro. Ijui. Yeah, well. Yes. Oh, about 5 minutes left us. Don't worry. Anyway, it will a problem. It's about communication, Moscow. They didn't have enough curriculum meetings. More lower the address the curriculum. It's important. Or usually fast. Show more great meetings. Great meetings is important. Are go past grade 12. We have to sit down. All of us. Sharing strategies as great as a great. Level lower. What are the past requirements? Where are we going to get our pass? To communicate. We'll know. Subject what is it that we can do? Then we do something. That's leadership. And if the principal doesn't know what he's doing at school, obviously, the principal is the school and the school is the principal. I want to say that. Actually, what I'm trying to say, everything that happens in the school, I don't know principal, but the principal can make sure who accord about an opportunity whatever they can do. Like teachers, not schools are still at all. But I'm watching. I've given everybody responsibility. And I acknowledge that even in the meetings. And you must do that. You must do that. At the end of the day, the school will just fall. especially the little ones, these young teachers. They know. You must give them an opportunity to lead the school on your behalf. We don't know what but for sure, they will deliver what it is supposed to be delivered at school. Let me just give you an example. Now, but what do school? What do mathematics and physical sciences? But they are producing results. They are producing results. And it's because I got against anything say lower results are nice. I think I'm finishing. Regional area school, after having made all the recommendations or you do 1, 2, 3, the content coverage, the assessment, and after June, I will school role monitor implementation of jail, which all of the results have improved. Then I went to the second manager. Actually, I called the second manager straight to say, second manager, you must know that I declare that school functional. It's myself. I'm declaring it functional. I will no, the school be functional. And even I declared that thing in a meeting in Polokwane, in a strategic meeting. Before the results were on, I declared that school functional. And when the result is not announced, the school got more than 70%. Initially, that school, the previous year got special about 45%. But because the principal and the management are not doing what they are supposed to do. Lastly, there is this one school. Say, Lord, as this year, I'm trying to assist. Teachers are not at school every day. The teacher is the one who must do everything. The teacher is not there. You call the principal at times is not there at school. Then what will happen? What is going to happen? You check my before last week. What's going on now? What is happening? Now about that guy. I can assure you there's nothing. Mamang is not there at school because same school. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ntate Morena. Ntate Morena is one of the principals that when we're going to be charged as Kagiso Trust, he's going to make sure that we don't get arrested, because the investment that we have made in him, he is replicating it in other schools. And I think when we're doing the assessment of where the school is, we were very clear that it will work very well. And because he has done it, we have always said, we can't be in the entire Sekhukhune, but the ones that we have empowered, make sure that we empower others, you share. And I know that what he has done and he's doing with the second school this year is trying to make sure that their school improvement plan is not just in place, but it has smart targets. And it does not only take the weight away from the district, it also shows that he has seen the vision on the partnership and he's maximizing what he benefited. We hope that by the time we leave, my chief has spoken, we will leave. So I don't think we'll be here forever. At this moment, I would like to call these two stakeholders that will come. I will give you each 10 minutes, 10 minutes. So when you come, you just look at your watch. We have the DSG in the district. It's an important stakeholder, especially in education. Would like them to come and just provide us their perspective as a stakeholder, their experience, and how are they supporting the Sekhukhune East Education District schools to make sure that the functionality continues. And I'm going to to call Ntate Chilwane to come and do that.
Thank you very much, Program Director. For sure, I want Ntate Chilwane. I was one that is Chilwane ke nna tema. I'm part of, I think, DSG, I think it's to be DSC, District Steering Committee. I'm one of the group. O swere ke mabaka, o nromile. Ke tlo bala handwrite ya gago ke tšama ke tlo tšama ke baisa, but in anyway, tše dingwe ke a di tseba nka se ka nama ka timela that much. Ke thome ka gore we are stakeholder group in education, Sekhukhune East. All protocol observed, all right? I'm sorry for that. Sorry, Reshumarele group yelo reng re ka fasega NACT National Education Collaboration Trust. So we are functioning under that NACT, which is an established structure in the district that is including different stakeholders in the community under the chairmanship of Khoshi Maila. And then the deputy chairperson Arnage, Dr. Totse of University of Limpopo. And then Tate Chilwane our secretary. So re shuma mmereko le Kagiso Trust. Ke se ka tlogela taba ya gore re thomile last year re sale ba baswa gagologolo in this responsibility. Re tše re thomile last year re sorry meet no mathomo ka June, and then re tše re thomile goba re bile meeting e meraro maloba ka di 7 tša May. Ke mo re ile ra kgona go ba le nako ya go interacta le Kagiso Trust ka fase ga Mr. Ngala Sakila. And re ithutile gore bjalo ka DSC, as I've indicated, re stakeholders re emetše re na le magoši, re na le business people, re na le ba di-taxi, re na le former principals, re na le Satu and Peu, and then re na le University of Limpopo, re na le Masipala, and so on. Nna ke more as religious leader. So the main thing that we are doing, we are we are doing intervention, especially to magoši. Gagologolo go ka tša mohlomongwe dikolo tša bona di sa šome gabotse, re leka go eletšana le mogolo wa rena o re mo thekgileng ka moka ga rena e lego DD, District Director. Kora botsebotse rena ka moka re fale go mo swara matsogo, ra mo emiša matsogo ra ska lapa, mo fa courage, re emetše mafapa ka moka a mo setšhabeng, so that he can be able to do his best with his personnel. So re kgapeletša gore we have to acquaint ourselves with education systems. Re lemogile ba bangwe ba rena we have left education, mara re thoma re re tsena mo DSC ra bona re re a hlokagala re bona re kgona go thušana ka go gopotsana mediro ya thuto mo setšhabeng re šetše re lebetše re tetebetše dikereke mara ba re bona re re a hlokagala re šoma le Kagiso Trust in that line. And something that you have to emphasize or rather mention is that NECT, as you have indicated, re operate ka fase ga NECT goba ke bona ba le goreng ba re swere gore re kgone go ba relevant in our education system as the community stakeholders. Re na le ntho e re bitsang ke kwele I think ke professor bolela ka taba ya reading. Then NECT re na le ntho e re ka go re ka mentionang go bontšha gore le rena re tsenya letsogo in education as DSC ga mmogo le Kagiso Trust. Tare ke bona ba dula ba re phafoša ba re bontšha gore na kotse re ka dirang se se kaone together in the community. Re na le this reading calendar yeo e re gonge by 2030 re lebeletse gore bana ba rena ba sentšeo ba ba kgona go bala. And the 1st of February was World Reading Day, Read Aloud Day. And 21st of February was International Mother Language Day. 23rd of April was World Book Day. And then 5 to 11 September is Satla, is National Book Day and International Literacy Day. For example, when you talk about storytelling, NECT has distributed books. I'm one of those who did primary schools. For Babele, resource more the library. Somebody the reading corners. We want to appreciate the partnership with Kagiso Trust, because as I'm saying, ke bona ba dulago ba re phafoša gore re be relevant. And Kagiso Trust, we also want to appreciate their involvement in empowering and transforming workshops that they are busy with. This year, but busy lady primary schools, they are taking them to Polokwane, ba encourage how to work together. They take the whole school, Babal session, sort of as a retreat for a weekend. And we want to appreciate that, because sometimes some challenges, but if there is sometimes or a time where the person is encouraged or rather receiving support to be more relevant in his operation, he has written this one. Like I said, ours is how can we help you? Yes, as the DSC, we say, how can we help you? And then Kagiso Trust is making us more relevant in how to help our DD. Kagiso Trust, we have also realized or they are also helping our communities with supporting teachers from math, science, and technology. Our area, we all know that it is a mining area. We are getting a very good support in those subjects that are relevant to the demand and need of our learners. Relevant. Subject you just imagine why a guy. Kagiso Trust is helping us to produce relevant learners. Starting from mining, relevant. So thank you very much, Kagiso Trust. in what you are doing. But in our last meeting, we made note of the following important issue. Bjalo ka ge re tšwa kwa setšhabeng, re lemoga le go bona whatever the schools are experiencing, taba ya maitshwaro. Ke le gore re bone go kare ge go ka kgonega Kagiso Trust ka no supporta ka tsela eng ke bona ba bontšhitše community involvement na go tšela ba re fa report gore go ka se kgonege na gore because we have indicated gore hey re tšea both teachers and learners ga go le gore thoma ka learners. Taba ye ya ntho e re ka e bitša gore ke morality. And unfortunately, I must say, re bona gore le ma-teacher ba involved, morality. I think it's not a new story to hear. Ge ke be ke sa le teacher go gongwe bongwe ba mo tseba late Mr. Sukome, o na fela bolela a re, if there is no discipline, you must forget about the results. So re nyaka gore re bona na re ka dira ba re sa file titi acting titi homework a tsena le sa gopola mongaka gore yang le re botšišeletše gore na what strategy can we use to bring what we may call moral regeneration in education system ga go le dikolong. Ke se ke ka le tshwenya maikutlo ba ka ba le tumelo e fapanago le ka gore bontši fa we are the products of SEO. So SEO e dirile banna le basadi ba re ke ba lebeletše mo proudly just to say, and just to say greatly so, or even our President Cyril Ramaphosa is the product. I've learned that he was the chairperson of SEO when he was still in Tekflop University. So go no re se ke rana mare re no lebella thuto fela ba gešo. Re be re na go ka ba bang Kagiso Trust le ka re thuša gore re buše le maitshwaro, hlompho, botho. Ke kolo mongwe a bolela ka what is happening somewhere now le India or China ba hlokomelang gore ntho engwe le engwe ba e dira ka bothata. A gore re ka pale le rena mo what call East re ka bona ba leng a ke sena acting titi o tla re fa what call report next time gore re ka dia bjang. So re dumela re if you have got Kagiso Trust and magoši masepala and so on ba botlhe ba le re ka swarišana re ka fitlha bo le mo le goreng a re no ruta bana ba rena 2 + 2 = 4 ga ka re 2 + 2 = 4 mara ga e tšwa mo a tša matelela mo strateng a se ntho e botse. Modimo a nyake batho ba go se hlokomele bophelo le botho ubuntu bo a fela matšatši a ka lebaka la gore re furelela Modimo. Mara ke leba Modimo ka baka la gore ka di-weekend re ya mahung re tsošološa dipelo le maphelo a rena ge baruti ba rera. So in short, tše ka moka re tla di kgona ge re swarišane. And thank you very much Kagiso Trust for what you are contributing. We have learned and we are still learning. As I've said, we are still new. Mara bona re a kae. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ntate Etima. You are really responding to Kagiso Trust development strategy. We anchor our strategy on stakeholders and partnerships. And this is one that will also have something not only for Sekhukhune, we can take it national to demonstrate what does it mean to have meaningful partnership of different stakeholders. Ke tlo kopa go emisa Ntate Mashishi gore a tle ka mo pele go tlo representa re bone gore re na le representatives from the different ba re ke mošate o ke mošate ke magoši, but we would like you to represent everyone for a message of support for setšhaba se gore ba tsebe gore they are not alone. You are there, and as I've said in the beginning, the schools belongs to the community, and the leadership in the community. We always want to know just that assurance, reaffirmation, gore you are there. Thank you, Dad.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I think I will be quite right to thank the pastor who opened this ceremony. Thank you, Pastor. Board of Directors of Kagiso, Executive Management of Kagiso, principals, and all who are involved in the educational melee. Magochiarina, keep sharp. Before I start, I think I have to introduce myself. My name is Steve. I'm representing Koshi, Dr. M.S. Mashishi, and others who are present today. Bagesho ke a gapeletšega gore ke thule khudu ka dimpeng. Ke ra gore motho wa go swana le Tate Mola ke kgola gore re go kwele ka mo. Thank you very much. Tate Kola, Prof, thank you very much. If you did not listen to all who participated in this regard, you made a grievous fault. Ke rata Nogo ga Mashishi ge re bolela ka ba ga Malaji, re bolela re re Nogo. Ke a go reta mongaka. Ke rata go tšea sebaka se bagešo. I just want to re-echo on all the former speakers of what they've said. I came here with two things, very important. We are talking about partnership. Thank you very much, Karisho, for this partnership. And to me, a partnership is a two-horse race. We are talking here about Kagiso. We are talking again about the department. And we are talking again about Sikukuni East Educational District. In all these things, there are two major things. One, we are talking about accountability. If this district is not sharing the accountability, then Kagiso is going to be no more. If you are not shouldering the responsibility, we are chasing Kagiso away. They talked here about the measurements. They talked about all the activities, operational performances that I was impressed. They are all operational. And that is why we are here today. I'd like to thank Kagiso so much. Ke nyaka go swana le morena. Morena ke kwela kgopela. And it's not wrong. Ka se ga borena ba re kgopela o tlo fiwa. Ke kgola gore morena o tseba seema se. I'm going to talk something very different from Red. But I want to be specific to Kagiso Trust. You know, I've been listening very attentively about the results, about the improvement. I don't know whether it's a wish of this 90.6%. But the impression that I'm getting is that there is an improvement. Mren, if there is an improvement, Kagiso, why don't you continue funding these people? Okay. Kagiso Trust. But Shiva are improving. You know, the but I had something like starting from 2018 or 2019 up to now, I think you are talking about 5 years. In other words, unless I don't understand. To me, will constitute a mistake because you are busy plowing. Fela ala feature. Happen 90% was a 10. You feature kama. Shalo. Lagato la Maroshia. Lagato la Skukune Land. Skukune East Educational District. Parishu. Shalo Gamarena get a hotel. Agoganiwe. May I plead to Kagiso Trust to double. Kurgaraurang give you 5. Pano nakaling 5. Go to this other 5. It will be that 10. It's going to make that 10. And after 5 years, it'll go to 190%. So what I'm trying to bring home to everybody is that we are really happy to have an organization or a trust of Kagiso's caliber. And it really affords me an immeasurable conviviality to address this fair assembly. Kagisho, agakatelele tabe. Kagisho, ke ekijami ngwae. Le nabele le thagile fele le jamotha. Amen.
Ra leboga ntate. A lot has been shared and insights also from Prof. The encouragement and message of support that we have received for us, for the district, for all the partners that are here, is just to go back and we reflect. And as we reflect, we identify how do we strengthen this partnership that we have started, and how do we make sure that the engagements will be having as stakeholders going forward are meaningful engagements. I would just like to invite a few comments from the floor here in looking into starting from what Muchachi shared as well as Ntate as part of what they as the House of Traditions, ensuring that they are supporting what we are doing. The school principal as well as any other input that you think you would like to make an input or a comment on that. And because some of these things would be sitting here maybe up to 7 in the evening, but unfortunately we will be driven by time. So it doesn't allow that, it doesn't stop you to have further engagements or interactions even with the prof, with any one of us during the lunchtime. But for now, I will just invite maybe 2 rounds of inputs, and then we will take it to the next agenda item. There is a hand there by the corner. Where is another? Or the hand here. There was a mic somewhere. Okay. Can you help? So it's 1, 2. Kamo. Let me take these 2 hands. I will open it. I will open another round for this side. Thank you, Mayor. Can you introduce yourself by name and maybe where, if it's a structure where you're coming from, and then you come with your input or comment. Thank you.
Ke a leboga, Program Director. My name is Nakedi Chaba, the school principal of Mogale wa Bagale Technical High School. And greetings to everyone. I just wanted to reiterate to what one of the former speakers has just alluded with regard to collection of data. My plea to Kaiso Trust, ke gore let's go out and collect data from schools so that we be able to give support where is due, really well informed. I'm saying this because as managers, as leaders, le recapacitate yes, re ready go dira moshomo wa rena. And you are also continuing to capacitate educators, that which we applaud. But we have got very serious challenges in our respective institutions, which is lack of resources. Matitjhere really boima, the managers say the really boima. Director o boletse ka accountability, wherein a bontshitseng gore managers are accounting and will also account for our responsibilities. But challenge e ke bolelang ka yona ke re go re lebane le yona ka dikolong, ke shetse ke bontshitse ka re it's lack of resources, physical, both physical and human. Re sana le di-classroom tšeo di lego overcrowded. Mo morutiši a lebanago le bana ba more than 80 to 90 in a classroom due to lack of resources. Jwale ka ge my colleague Mr. Morena a bontšhitše, ga rena di-classroom. Nka fa motlhala Mr. Morena o bontšhitše gore o na le bana ba close to 1.4 with only 17 classrooms, and which is the same as
our school. Ga re na mo re beang bana, barutiši ba ikhwetša ba le in a dilemma wherein the teacher is supposed to deliver quality ka ga that kind of a situation. Mo a palela go fa individual attention le go kgona go differentiate bana a dira mošomo wa makgethe. It is very, 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 very difficult. So my plea to you, Kaiso kere, mošomo o mo botse ke a o bona o re le o dirilego, ebile le tšwela pele go o dira, re a leboga. But ge di resources di le gona ke di kgopela gore a re lebeleleng ka mola lehlakoreng la di resources, ga re thušeng dikolo, ga re tšwe re lebelele dikolo re bone mo ditlhoko di leng gona, re assiste. Ke tlo fa motlhala gape ke re rena sekolo sa rena it's a technical high school, re na le di-workshop. Morutiši o ruta subject, a ruta theory, a ba swanela ko gore a ye ka workshop, a ya fe bana practical. Re tlhoka di-workshop assistants, ga rena bona. Re a duma gore o ka re le ka tsenya letsogo ka go assista dikolo ka go eda mo Department of Education e palelwang ko fitlha gona. Ke rata go no gatelela yena e ya gore please re thušeng ka di-resources. Re duma go bona bana ba rena ba rutega e le ka nnete re sa ba hutšetše, because what you are doing now re hutšetša bana. Gona mola go tloga tlase go grade 8 up to grade 11, re nyaka go bona go direga miracle ka go grade 12, which is not possible. Re thabiša ke gore bana ba passa, but we don't have quality. So ge re nyaka quality ke a kgopela a re thušeng re bone gore re ka support-a jwang dikolo tšeo di imelwang. It's either ka go oketša dikolo goba go thuša tšeo di lego gona ka go add di-extra classrooms, and also goba provide ka human resource. Ke a leboga, Program Director.
Greetings, colleagues. Ke rata go sepela godimo ga mantšu a the professor from University of Limpopo. Yes, it is true. My name is Macy. Let me introduce myself first. It's Macy Nkenjani, the head of curriculum. We're not used to this. My name is Macy Nkenjani, head of curriculum in Sekhukhune East District. I want to be direct on what the prof was saying in terms of the learners who cannot read in the foundation phase, especially the 78%, which is unable to read in the foundation phase. And that creates a problem, especially when it comes to transition from foundation phase to grade 4, that is grade 3 to grade 4. When learners reach grade 4, it becomes the worst disaster. And also he is saying the truth by saying our education system has been overlooking what we call the skills, especially for our learners, because not all learners will be academics. And having realized that, the department, I think, is on spot to bring in GEC, that is General Education Certificate, which will address that, if not partially addressing it, because the GEC is aiming at looking at children who cannot be academics, who cannot maybe be doctors, or you mentioned that, is looking at learners who can be assigned to different skills, not forcing children to be academics. I think what the prof was saying is true, but then at the same time, I'm saying at least there is something, there is a direction that the department is taking. We started sampling schools in terms of GEC, but now all schools will be in GE so that learners can be resulted. Learners who cannot be academics, some will go to tertiary education, to technical institutions where they will do what they are good at. This is exactly what has been happening, especially in the other racial group. They did not force all learners to be academics. Some learners grew up in a particular field, and as in when they reach a particular stage, they are able to do something with their own hands. The plumbers, this and that, and they didn't go to universities. I think the department is at the moment taking the right direction in terms of reskilling the learners, not forcing all learners to be academics, because some of them really are facing different barriers that are inhibiting them in order to become academics. But I think that will address part of the problem. Thank you.
Thank you. We won't be, these are comments and the requests that have come to the table. Can I just declare we won't be responding now to those requests? I'm noting the last round of hands. It's Professor first. Anyone? Otsuhwanki Moya Kamona? No one? Ntate Kamo? Going once? Going twice? It's gone. This is the last round. Oh, sorry. Where? Oh, only 3. And can I request that the speakers that have noted, let's get the preamble. Just go direct to the comment. Thank you. Prof.
Thank you. I'll be short. I've noted some few points, one of them being the lack of resources. This is a national challenge. In almost all the studies, there are lack of resources, especially when it comes to technical subjects. Almost all the studies. Now, it's going to be a collective effort. Some time ago, the president announced that the government will invest into technical education. But the question is, how many provinces took advantage of that? What I picked, it was Gauteng province through Panyasa Lesotho. They launched the specialization schools and partnered with the private sector. Nothing is stopping us here in the province from doing that. Luckily, this area, we've got mines. The question is, where are those processes going? They can plow back into that. And when you look at the intervention, I've seen some schools which they're trying to add value, but I'm saying it is not enough. I did technical subjects in high school. I know how it is important to have resources. Now, today we're speaking robotic coding and artificial intelligence. To what extent are we training this in our schools? If we're still having lack of resources, how far are we gonna expose our learners to this? So this on its own, it means we'll always be on the back foot. We're following other countries, will always come last. Now, the question is, are we producing the learners that are reactive or those that are proactive? That's some of the things that we need to invest in. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you very much, the program director, Mutsiane KJ from SATU in Sekhukhune region. Ke kgopela ho bontsha hore Prof o tšere some of the things tše be ke nyako di raisa. However, ke nyako di bontšha ka tsela ya gore re nota the issue ya phasing out of subject. Mr. Moreno o boletše ka one stream. And then Prof o boletše ka coding and robotics, which is related to IR. Then therefore the question ke gore, since ili policy from grade R to 3 implementation part of it. So however, how we ya ka mo kwe districting ya rena ka mokgwa e le gore ka gona re a tseba gore the playing fields are not leveled. So implementation, some of the schools is difficult because aba kgone le go ba le connectivity go the internet sort of like the Wi-Fi's. So ke kgopela gore gona bo ba check le yona yone. The other thing ke publish out tracking of learners from grade 1, if not mistaken. Then go after matric aba gona. I think is what the prof has just indicated. So we ke kgopela go check out now more as a school, the region, Sekhukhune district, gona mo le gona mohlomong emphasis re lebelela gona mo along those lines. Ke ya leboga o ka re tše dintši di covereng.
I was consulting, in fact, the last speaker, she yeah, Ma'am Nake has decided that we have these stakeholder engagements and discussions. She will then take her points there because she was telling me she was going to be longer. So in the interest of time, then we will take it offline. Fortunate enough, some of the speakers and us are still here. We'll still be able to engage. At this moment, I would like then to call our trustee, the KT Programs Committee Chair. This is the program that is, this is the this is the directorate within Kagiso that is responsible for programs implementation. And Ntate Dean Zone Butalu, he is responsible for that. Dean, I would like you to call you to come and just do the closing remarks and a vote of thanks to the stakeholders that are all present today. Mandisa.
Thobela. Good afternoon, Thobela. Ke a le tamisa. Ragishu. Right, it's fine. Ke hopela ke a le tamisa Ragishu. Ba bagolo ba thuto. Ba bagolo ba setšhaba. Ke hopela go bona magoši a rena ba emise matsogo ka boikokometso. Ke batla go ba tamisa ka tsela e ya rona. Rena le tsebe, rena re na le tradition ya rona. Re thoma ka nda ka kamera tshidada mohari tsha fukana tsha watsa mthombeni nda ahe ka kamera re a leboha ba feleletse magosi le ya bona gore re etsa bjang ko gae a le ditsebe lena Mandisa o kae The cell phone is off. While asatla, kitile, I was worried. I thought I was late. Kibeki tsamaya, driver very fast. Because kibeki sabatli huri, kimisen to not even one. Kibeki sabatli. Kibeki batla ho latella dilu kaofela. And le a tseba hore I was quite helped. Ke dutse mo all the hours. The call of nature is untshwenyene. So I managed to follow everything. Ke absorbile dilu kaofela. It was important bageso hore ke di absorb dilu tse kaofela because a ka itlela mo. I didn't come on my own. I am representing the governance of Kagiso Trust. Modula stulo setsi mo gae o busy. O tlisa apology ya gagwe. Normally o rata kudu go tla mo di activity tsa setšhaba tsa batho. Le di trustees tse dingwe tsa rona ba ya thabela go theletsa batho ba setšhaba di consents tsa bona. So nka le promise gore di consents tsa lena re di kwile. Tse dingwe re tla thusa mo re kgonang go thusa ka gona. Tse dingwe di kana tsa re palla immediately now, but maybe in the future re tla krea solution tsa bona. I'm sure gore all the time re krea solution tsa gona. Batho ba Kagiso Trust ba tseba gore nna ke na di the moment I speak ke na di speech tse pedi. Ke na speech sa official le saka. Ke be ke ba tshegisa batho ba dokotela. Ke be ke ba tshegisa he re launcha Kagiso Trust brand reimagining human capacity. It's our brand, reimagining human. So ka ba botsa gare nna I grew up in a homeland. A o ka re le lena le a tseba homeland. So re be re na le kgoši e sa tsena sekgolo kudu, e tsene just a little bit. E be e re tshehisa kudu when he one day a etsa speech ka Afrikaans. So as bala speech se sa Afrikaans, as bala a se fetsa. He a fetsa a se beya mo a re, hey, speech se bothata. I hope motho o a se ngwadileng o a se kwisisa gore se reng. A ya pele a bolela sa gagwe ka Sevenda. Now a le comfortable. So a re speech se bothata. Nna mmereko wa ka ke gore ke le leboge bagešo ba community. Mo go na le di-principal, go na le magoši, go na le di-stakeholders. Re kopanyisitswe ka only one thing, okay? Thuto ya bana ba rona. Re kwane gore thuto important bagešo. Re tshwanetse gore re thome mo. Prof, if setšhaba se sa bone gore thuto e important, nothing comes right. Nna ge ke ya sekolong bagešo, ke sa le high school, ke be ke tsena sekolo le bašomane ba bangwe babedi. O mongwe same class, o mongwe a le younger. Bašomane ba dula le mme wa bona. Mme wa bona, papa wa bona o tlhokofetse. Ba setse le uncle, the brother to this one. Hey, bašomane be ba tsene sekolo bothata bagešo. Ba rata sekolo. Ba ya sekolong all the time, very passionate bona di learners. A ke re sekolo ke sa di learners. ba rata sekolo too much. Mara, uncle, yer, ke sa gopola, a re ka nako e ya go lema, uncle o be a na le dikgomo. Le ka se ye sekolong before le fetsa go lema. Ba re ba bangwe ba tsamaya a re le tla ja eng, le tla ja buka. Le tla ja buka lena. Le a tseba gore these boys ba babedi ke banna bona gona banong. In fact, ke bo di-grandfather. They were saved by innovation ya mme wa bona. Mme wa bona a re, hey, nna ke batla bana ba ka ba tsene sekolo. So even if ke tsamaye ke dule le bona ko mokhukhung ke a tsamaya. Wena brother ya ka wena sala a re kwanana. Wena o re bana ba se ka sekolong because a ba je eng, a ba je buka. Nna ke re buka ya jiwa. Ba tshwanetse gore ba ye sekolong. So a thoma go bona gore a tsamaya. In fact, she literally moved. Every time take ya gae to at my mother's place because I go there almost every week. I pass through her house. And you know, that house was built by her son. It's a big house. It's a big house at the corner. Babantshi batswadi who did not take education very passionately. Like that woman, it's the same or similar. They have not developed. And I can also see in my village, everywhere you go where there is big progress, it's a more meeting batswadi, especially ba be ba na le very, very big passion ya thuto ya bana ba bona. So that is why compact A re tletseng mo yona today. Re tletse mo yona today. It's very, very important. Re leboa matitjhara, re leboa di-principal. I thought when I was listening, especially ba re bitsa le bolela ka dilo tsa di-challenge tsa rona, conduct ya bana, o tla dula mo closer because if it conduct ya bana mo sekolong, le eng, you reminded me of a story I was told. Sa principal a engwe go US. We used to do visits in other countries, so we visited there. And then our former Minister of Education went to another school. This school was in a ghetto, big ghetto. And then they had a problem, big problem. Bana, and in the ghetto in the US, bana ba gona ke ba bana ba bantsho, ke rona. But this school had such a high pregnancy rate, teenage pregnancy. Go sekolong, and ba pregnant bana ba tsamaya. A tsena principal o mongwe. He a tsena principal o mongwe a re nna sekolo se ke tla se lokisa. Bana ba ke tla fetsa pregnancy ba re o tla etsa bjang, o tla ba tlhabela ka a ke tlhabele motho. Nka se ba tshware, nka se etse mara ke tla fetsa pregnancy as long as lena batswadi e kwana le nna. Thelesane se ke le busang sona. Ba re go tlile principal mang mo a tsamaya a ba gone ba re nna ke tla ba gona. Wa tsena mo sekolong. Sa mathomo a re a una ngwana le o mothihi a bang pregnant a le sang sekolo. O tla le pregnancy ya gago until few days you're delivered. Tla le yona sekolong. A ke kubi ngwana ko sekolong. Thuto ke e golo wa bala buku o na le ngwana mo in your tummy. Wa kgonega. Hey, batswadi ba re mara itla etsa. Hey, ba tla di-tribal views tsa bona le a re go tla kgonega. Ba dumela. A re mpeng chance a ke le batla gore ke solve. I solve. Sa bobedi. A tšea classroom e engwe a re mo sekolong re thoma crash. Thoma crash mo sekolong. One classroom ke crash. Ngwana o mongwe le o mongwe a na le ngwana, o tla le ngwana wa gagwe mo sekolong. Every day. Ha dumele go ya crasheng e ingwe, a tle crasheng mo. All of them. Batswadi ba re, e tla etsa re ya, e tla etsa. Ba thoma gore, when a child becomes pregnant, abamkubi goes to deliver, the moment you deliver, Auna taba hore ngwana o na le how many days o tla mo. A ba sa patela crash mo ba patela. So batla a re sa boraro. Ngwana o mongwe le o mongwe a bang le ngwana. At least ngwana mo sekolong ya breastfeed mo. Ya breastfeed. So project ya gagwe ya top. Ha ba una le batho ba bereka mo crash akere. Bana ba fitla puseng. Ba carrying the children. Everyone knows who, oh, this one is carrying a child. I'm there kwa. Ka break. Ba bangwe ba pala ba tshwara ka wena e tla o mamise ngwana. I'm tsentsha wena umma wa mtsentsha Bari within a year, no child wanted to be pregnant there. Nobody. Why ke bolela ke into ke gore principal o bile innovative akere a ba le courage ha botsiwa ka district manager or ke mang. Very often the problems tsa rona di go local, they are around there, and the solution tsa gona a di tswe somewhere a una mesa di tswa mo lena le community berekang le community le tla gona go solve the problem tse dintsi. So emang ke fetse ka ya formal speech because nka le botsa ditori tse dingwe le nna wa getso motswaledi o mphile bothata ge ke ba HOD education ya tsebo ke fitla kwa ba re the service providers business people a ba pateliwe ka nako. Hey, ba tla mo yena ba kwatile le ba tseba motse ba kwatile ba re a re pateliwe a re problem ke eng ba re every time o ka lebala go bega a re every time re tlisa invoice mo finance gore patele ge o ya go batla patelo ba re invoice is lost, every time is lost. And le tseba gore why ba batla gore wena you must make sure or invoice ya gago will never lost, is never lost, e pateliwe ka nako. And if e pateliwa ka nako ke eng ke tjotjo akere le ya tseba. So problem e be le corruption e tsotso ya tseba motswadi di ampha bothata ra bolela le batho ba di service providers ke dutse a re monna HOD a ke tsebe gore e tla tsa bjang, go and solve this problem, go and solve it. Ha mpolela gore ke solve bjang ya tseba ka dula ka scratcha mo a re monna o batla go nkoba mberekong ke a mbona we a re ke solve a re problem e a se yaka nna eme political principal ke ya gago le staff sa gago, go and solve this problem. Hey, kadula man, ke sa robala ka scratcha so. It's like you, principal, le ma-teacher, re ke tshwanetse gore le scratch. The problem, you must solve it. Ai, ke robetse ka kry-a solution. Ka tsoga boseng, ka fa instruction, ka re I want a meeting of all the service providers and all my managers. A batleng mo. So batla, service providers da dula mo, manager, chief director, DDG ba dula mo. Ka re lena service provider, talk about your problems. Hey, Batoma. Hey, re submitted the invoice at the pateli. Babulela, ka lena, the technical staff, DG, respond. They are always denying it. I can let the corruption. They were denying it. So, okay. Now, from today, this problem is going to an end. Guys, solve. Just now, guys, solve. Hey, buddy, why? Okay. Lina, the service providers, take my number. Cell phone. But oh, if you have a problem, and then, I am creating a unit in my office. When you submit your invoice, oh no, I still want to read yours. When you submit your invoice to those people, you note the person who is taking the invoice. One. Number two, you are only allowed to submit your invoice to finance one invoice. You don't submit the second one. If you go looking for payment, but your invoice is lost, you must go to the HOD's office and submit your second copy of the invoice there with the name who lost your invoice. That's all. I just said that. I did not make any threat. I can't threaten about. From that day onwards until I left the department, I don't remember one invoice getting lost. All of a sudden, the invoices were not getting lost. They were not going to Solville. I did not appoint a special audit committee, SIU. No. I didn't do that. But the invoices were no longer getting lost. And not only were they no longer getting lost, people were not paying anymore to ensure that their invoices never get lost. And not only that, that cell phone number which I gave them, it was mine, genuine. I never got any call from any service provider. No, I never got any call. So my staff, my team is getting very upset. We really want to thank you so much on behalf of the trust. He's refusing me to read the official one. We have and we continue to value this partnership big time. It is so important for the overall development of our country. So important. For our learners and for our community, especially us, the Black community, who have for years on end been previously disadvantaged. You have heard what our team says. We are so convinced that even when the time comes for us, because when there come times for us to exit this district, Sekhukhune district will never be the same again. So thank you very much and congratulations.
Thank you, Dean, and I hope, Mandisa, you did not affect our increment in bonus. Thank you so much, colleagues. I will say colleagues because we're here, partners, stakeholders in education, for taking time for this event. And the Dean has already thanked, and I'm thinking myself, Dean, you forgot me. Hina Sizakele Mphatswe, I'm heading the education pillar in Kagiso Trust. I recall I did not introduce myself well. We are going to have lunch. Lunch will be served this side, and we wish you a safe travel going back home. This might look like the first roundtable, as this one was for SROI, but we are going to continuously have these engagements and come back so that we take stock of what we are doing. We thank you. Have a lovely week that is ahead, a fruitful, productive week. And like us in Kagiso Trust, we want to wrap our brand statement of igniting human capacity. So wherever you go, make sure you ignite human capacity. Safe travel. Thank you.